back once again. This is Chris Report, and he assured me that since I'm down in Boulders, folks, this is Chris Wyatt reporting from South Africa. Good evening, folks. Welcome back once again to the Republican National Convention. This is Chris live in central Pennsylvania with commentary and reaction to the Republican National Convention taking place in Milwaukee, Wisconsin this evening. Tonight, let's take a look at who our speakers lined up are. Well, I seem to have lost everything. Where's my browser at? That's weird. I lost my browser, so that's I have to look it all up again. Something happened weird there. Oh, well. It's not hard enough to find. Okay, there we go. Got it. And all right. So tonight we're down the last couple hours of the convention here. And in this hour, folks, scheduled in this hour, Alina Habba, one of Trump's lawyers, Tucker Carlson, former Fox News host and Twitter extraordinaire, Kerry Ruiz, general golf manager at one of his clubs, Hulk Hogan, the wrestler, Annette Albright, former school board candidate in Charlotte, North Carolina. And at the top of the next hour, it's Franklin Graham, Eric Trump, Dana White, and the keynote speaker at the end of the evening, none other than Donald John Trump, the 47th President of the United States, if things go well. Welcome back, folks. Good to have you back. Just a couple people here tonight. Meanwhile, YouTube hiding my content. Tens of thousands of people watching similar streams all over the internet. A lot of people taking to putting bandages over their ears. That's become kind of the trademark thing. That's kind of crazy, but that's what's been happening. So we're just waiting for the next person to get here. Yeah, I just said that, Dave. Just said they're all sporting ear bandages over their ear. Fascinating stuff. Trump's bandage seems to be getting more sophisticated by the day. He seems to be a little more back to his normal self this evening. Donald Trump. All right, so we've got interesting set of speakers up. Mike Pompeo spoke a short while ago. His speech was pretty good. As a veteran, he had a lot to say. Hey, Hester, good morning from South Africa. Welcome to you. Yep. All right, so let's get back over here. And they're singing it right now. I don't need a copyright claim. I got a bunch of those last night for a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there. It was kind of annoying. Anyway, let me just check on something very quickly here, folks. So tonight should be a kind of a big night here. We'll see what tone Trump strikes, but I guarantee you this will be the outcome. Joyless Reed, the shrews at the, what's that show called? The Dystopian View. The shrews at Dystopian View. ABC News, NBC News, MSNBC, Washington Post, New York Times, Atlanta Constitution Journal, Chicago Tribune, Los Angeles Times will all report that Donald Trump was mean-spirited and he was speaking revenge.
From New York.
Zach Witkoff. Okay, let's go ahead and get this up real quick.
Good evening, Milwaukee. I'm Zach Witkoff. I am deeply honored to stand before you tonight and introduce my father. This moment holds special significance as I'm about to become a father myself.
So this is the last speaker of the previous hour.
My son is born into in December will be shaped by the choice we make this November.
No, I didn't get a strike, just a copyright claim.
From relying on a small loan to becoming one of the country's most successful developers. He showed me that success comes from hard work, not handouts. When I joined his business, I started at the bottom, literally, handling plumbing jobs and repairing sewage lines late at night in New York City. That's how he started too. I vividly recall him spending New Year's Eve fixing a broken sewage tank with a bear of a man named Shecky.
Shecky.
See, they couldn't afford to call in a crew. They were the crew.
Yep.
Years later, Shecky was still by my dad's side, and he became my first boss. He once told me he would run through a wall for my dad because my dad never asked him to do anything that he wouldn't do himself. And that's exactly how my family feels about our dear friend, President Donald J. Trump.
That's what leaders are like, something Democrats don't know.
We have seen him stand shoulder to shoulder with the American people, time and again, even when it wasn't easy, even when he could be doing something else. Even after getting hit by live sniper fire, he stood with us, my fellow Americans, and that is why we stand with him. And you know what? He makes it fun, too. President Trump and the First Lady were the guests of honor at my wedding at the beautiful Mar-a-Lago Club. The president tore up the dance floor until 3 in the morning with his signature moves. You guys know those moves.
No, Hulk Hogan speaks later.
The essence of what my dad taught me: hard work, unwavering loyalty, and perseverance. That is the essence of Donald Trump. As long as we stand united with President Trump, it will remain the essence of the nation that my son and all of our children grow up in. God bless America, God bless Donald Trump, and God bless the greatest nation on earth, the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to present my father, Stephen Witkoff.
Not really sure why we're playing gospel from Elvis Presley there, but hopefully he'll stop.
Good evening, everybody. That song that you just heard was American Trilogy by Elvis. It was playing for a reason. A lot of people don't know this about my dear friend, President Trump, but he's a big music guy. And he's got a playlist, and he's the DJ wherever he goes.
I don't know if I like
See,
that.
I stand before you tonight, not just as a speaker, not just as someone who came up as a builder with the president in the world of real estate, but as someone who has had the profound privilege of calling President Donald J. Trump a true and dear friend for many, many years, in good times and bad times. And of all the songs he has shared with me over the years, that is the song that best captures him, especially those words, "His truth is marching on." I thought of that song after my dear friend was shot a few days ago. I gave him a call. I expected to leave him a voice.
He doesn't know how to speak with a
So it
teleprompter.
surprised me when he answered the phone. His first words surprised me as well. He'd just come within an inch of his own life ending. But he picked up the phone and said,
How you doing, Steve?
"Hi, Steve.
See?
I'm really glad you called. How are you? How are your kids?" It surprised me, but it shouldn't have. I know this man very well. President Trump is as kind and compassionate a man as I've ever met in my lifetime. I've seen the truth of President Trump, and it marches on with me tonight. I know that many here and watching at home have felt that kind of a connection with the president. It's real. I have never seen him refuse a question from somebody, decline a photo, or ignore someone's story or concerns. Everyone he meets gets a family member's embrace from him. I have felt that warmth so many times over the years. Just last week, I told the president about a moment I had with his 3 sons and how impressed I was with them. He looked at me with a wistful smile, blowing a kiss, and it was a special moment between us as fathers. When my dad fell gravely ill, President Trump didn't just send a note. He didn't just offer words of comfort.
He went.
He showed up as he always does. He was there, treating my parents with kindness and respect. including my mom, who's 91 and here tonight dressed in red and is going to be voting for the president. Many Americans have only witnessed his leadership on TV, but I have seen his humanity in the quiet moments, away from the spotlight, in hospital rooms he didn't have to be in, where his presence brought real solace in a dark hour for my family and many other families. That's who he is. When times are really tough, when he's got everything to lose and nothing to gain, Donald Trump shows up and he's there for you. Thank you.
He's getting a little emotional there. Tucker Carlson and Hulk Hogan coming up soon.
When I lost my boy Andrew to an opioid overdose,
oh, jeez,
the pain was unbearable. But as usual, Donald Trump showed up. After he became the President Trump, even amid all the responsibilities of his office, he reached out and invited me to speak about Andrew at a conference on opioids hosted by the First Lady, providing a platform to honor my son's memory.
Hey, Gabriel, welcome from Switzerland. Servus. It's going to get better. It's going to get better.
And when the day of the conference came, he went out of his way that day to come and put his hand on my shoulder and say, "Steve," as he led me up to the lectern, "tell the world about your boy." My boy was the best of us. Where we lived in New York City, a Trump building, 502 Park Avenue, there were 12 homeless people who stayed outside by the church next to the property. My son got to know them all. He fed them every evening. He became their friend. When he passed away, all 12 came to his funeral. He and President Trump shared something in common. My boy stood up for people, no matter which side of the train tracks they came from, exactly as the president does for everybody. Standing here today, I still feel my boy's hand on my shoulder. After Andrew passed away, I found myself clinging to my son's memory, even his things. His college ID is in my pocket right now. I wear his ring since he died. And I came today with his watch on. I kept his guitar too, and thought I would keep that guitar forever. But I gave it to my dear friend, Andrew's friend, and fellow music lover, Donald Trump.
Oh, it just goes to show that LDS aren't perfect people, are they now, Courtney? Hey, Chris Marie.
I wanted President Trump to have something with which to remember my son. President Trump didn't say something nice to me and put it in a closet somewhere. He put it right out front at his Trump International West Palm Beach property, where he and I both see it whenever we walk in and play, and where everyone who walks into that beautiful building sees it as well as an acknowledgement to my boy. A sacred tribute to a true friend who's gone, and a cause that remains: opioid abuse.
Opioid abuse, yep. That's why he's speaking. Friend of Trump, someone also lost someone. Rich people dying from drugs. Jeez.
Standing here today with my boy's hand on my shoulder, I know I'll never hear his music again. His mom and I can only hear the chords of memory now, and we will always hear them. But I know my dear friend, President Trump, hears them too. You don't see this man's reverence, his steady loyalty, his true empathy in the TV coverage.
Nope.
But this is the truth about President Trump.
Yep.
The man I have come to know and admire and love. A man whose truth is marching on. It is a dark hour for America, but there's nobody I trust more in this moment than this man. A man who in the darkest hours shows up, listens, cares, and always acts. The kind of man we need now to be the 47th President of the United States. Thank you. May God bless you all. May God bless President Trump and his extraordinary wife and his wonderful family. And may God bless America. Thank you so much.
All right, now it gets interesting. One of Trump's lawyers, then Tucker Carlson and Hulk Hogan.
The White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country. I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country.
It's the same ad from yesterday.
I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win. And we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
All right, this will be one of Trump's
Ladies and
attorneys
gentlemen,
now.
Please welcome attorney and senior advisor for President Donald J. Trump, Alina Habba.
Well, the racist has an Arab attorney. So such thing as forced to vote at a polling station. It's how voting is accomplished, Corey. You're not voting for the Major League Baseball All-Star game.
My name is Alina Habba,
Trump's on the move.
and I have had the great privilege of representing President Donald J. Trump.
Where's he going?
Now, I know you're all used to hearing me shouting outside a courthouse,
Something's going on. Something's going on.
but tonight, I want to take you behind the law and behind the headlines and share with you a side of President Trump that reveals his character, his kindness, and his commitment to saving this great country.
No, we don't know if Biden's falling out. There are claims that he is, but we have no indication
As
of
a
that.
devout Catholic,
So she's not an Arab. Maybe it's just a married name.
a proud first-generation Arab American
Ah, I was right. She's an Arab.
and a feisty Jersey girl
Just get to it.
who is fed up with far-left corruption in Washington. President Trump championed my journey, empowering me to be who I became today.
Lots of makeup.
His unwavering support not only shaped my career, but has inspired other young women with big dreams. President Trump loves this country. He does.
Tucker's
And he
next.
lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke, Chloe, and Parker,
These come up with
He's
real
the
names,
man
jeez.
with one heck of a golf swing that lets them ride in a golf cart with some of the world's most famous golfers so they feel included in Mom's job. And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts.
Okay,
Ben,
are you going to tell us something useful there?
to my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust,
This was an Arab married to a
he
Jew.
is a champion of the Jewish faith. To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter. But to me, he is my friend.
Boy, all these people from the Middle East and that are around Trump
Not too long ago,
just
a
refutes all the
supporter
lies about
shouted,
him.
"God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials. Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone, and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support. Despite the lawfare and the politics,
Now we get to it.
President Trump loves the American people and he loves this country. For decades, the Trump Organization transformed skylines and created thousands of jobs. His buildings and businesses are a testament to his commitment to excellence and his drive to turn dreams into reality. But his greatest construction project was yet to come. The left has tried to demolish President Trump, but there is no bulldozer big enough or strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built or the future he is creating. As the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump built a legacy of putting America first. And as the 47th President, he will build America stronger than ever for we, the people.
She's boring me.
As we stand on the brink of a new chapter in America's story, I am reminded of the country my family fled 4 decades ago. A place marked by religious persecution.
Yeah, where Christians were chased out, Jews were chased out.
And a lack of freedom. They came here because America is a beacon of liberty and opportunity. It is now our duty to protect the values that define us and keep this the greatest nation on earth. Amen. That's right.
Come on, sweetheart, get to it. I want to hear Tucker Carlson. You guys are keeping us from hearing Tucker in the present. Shut up. I'm curious to see what Hulk Hogan's got to say now, too.
Every attack on President Trump
It's an attack on all of
only
us.
strengthens our movement. The left's madness
Yes, madness is
is
right.
only a sign of desperation.
It is.
Sham indictments and baseless allegations will not deter us. Because the only crime President Trump has committed is loving America. And America,
Loves Trump.
we are winning. Outside of his family and our country, President Trump also has another love: music. A few years ago, he wanted me to hear a new song he had selected for an upcoming rally. I could hear it blaring in the background at Mar-a-Lago. He landed on a song called "Hold On, I'm Coming." America, we no longer have to hold on. We just have to show up.
We're way behind. She's the first speaker of the hour. Or is she the first or second? Let me double check. Second, excuse me. No, first one of the hour. It's 8:30, so we're already way behind. Shut up so she can finish.
So if you're ready to end the Democrat destruction, and if you're eager to unleash the best America has to offer, then let's send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House in November. The future of America and the world is bright, and it begins with the unwavering spirit of each and every one of us. Because of the resilience and the leadership of my friend, President Donald J. Trump.
It's not a very good microphone. It doesn't pick up sound. You move an inch away from it.
So let us not forget that President Trump did not just
Hey,
take
John.
a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. He has and will continue to take them for each and every one of us. God bless President Trump. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America.
I'm glad she's finished. It's just a typical populist. Okay, let me turn it off for a moment there. Yeah, just typical populist stuff there. I wasn't really impressed. That's one of his attorneys. She is very much an attractive makeup Barbie there, that's for sure. Apparently she's a very good attorney. So now it'll be Tucker Carlson who's next, folks. Tucker Carlson coming out. I don't know why we have to have this musical interlude, because they're about at least 15 minutes behind now, if not more. Not sure why it took so long here. Trump left a short while ago. I don't know if that's because he went back to the green room to get ready or what's going on, but he had a serious look on his face. So we should have an interesting conversation tonight, to say the least. Is Tucker ready now? Somebody's at the podium. They're still singing, so... No, that's not Tucker. It's just someone carrying something out there. Right. The Hulkster, yes. They're going to join forces, are they now? I don't know about that. But Tucker Carlson is scheduled to come up next. Then Hulk Hogan will be up here in this hour. In the final hour, it'll be Donald Trump. So we've got plenty to come yet this evening, folks. Day 4 of the Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Shamil, Shamazel, Hoff and Seth Incorporated. We're going to do it. Laverne and Shirley. Yeah, so we are Jews for Trump. It's not a very colorful sign. Bring back some common sense. Lots of interesting signs in the crowd tonight. Yep. So, Tucker Carlson, this should be interesting. On the first evening Trump showed up on Monday, Tucker was sitting right next to him. American Samoa. Excuse me, folks. It's been a long day. Going to be a longer one tomorrow with all these rugby games I've got tomorrow. 4 games, 3 during the day and 1 in the evening. Lots going on. So, people taking phone calls. And there's the cowboy hats. Is that the Texas delegation? What's with the cheese? Well, Wisconsin is a dairy state. It's known as the cheese state. Lots of cheese is produced in the state of Wisconsin. So cheese is kind of an iconic symbol of Wisconsin. So, for instance, the Green Bay Packers, Green Bay is in Wisconsin. Their fans are known as cheeseheads. They wear these little, styrofoam cheese things on their heads. So, yeah. But our cheese sucks compared to Swiss or German cheeses, or even French cheeses for that matter. But, Wisconsin does produce an awful lot of cheese. It's a big dairy state. So, what rugby's on tomorrow? Well, tomorrow morning, the first game I've got is Lions hosting the Griquas from Ellis Park. After that, it's the Bulls hosting the Cheetahs at Loftus Ferrisfeld. Then immediately after that, back to back to back. The third one is, you can see the cowboy hats are all over, not just in Texas. Back to back to back. The Cheetahs you're going to miss probably because you're working then. And then the third one is Pumas and Sharks. Is that correct? Yep. And then in the evening at about 10:30 Eastern time here on the East Coast, I'll be covering the All Blacks versus Fiji. And so then I get up in the next morning and I've got the South Africa versus Portugal. Sunday, it'll be the Griffins hosting Province. Yep. I don't know if they don't really speak like Canadians, but they do speak differently in Wisconsin, that's for sure. Yep. So lots of rugby. Currie Cup, 3 games tomorrow. The reason I have All Blacks tomorrow is because it's already the next day where they're playing at. So I didn't look to see if that was, I guess it's in New Zealand. So yeah, but that'll be at 10:30 my time. So a little bit earlier in the day for them. Usually they play later, so I don't catch it because it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. So it's a little bit earlier, so I'll be able to catch it. Excuse me. Oh, gosh, bless it. I am tired. Long day. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in tonight. Appreciate you being here for the final night of the Republican National Convention. I know it's a big commitment, especially for people who are overseas in South Africa, but thank you so much for it. Glad to see you here. I'm doing this not for the clicks, not for the hours watched. I'm doing it because I've got a handful of viewers who would like to see this, and I'm just trying to make it as easy as possible for them with some commentary and feedback about what's going on, plus being able to answer questions. Just watching people speak is boring, but having someone comment when they're speaking is nice. Why did you hold the convention in Milwaukee? It's a major city. You mean it's not a major city? Well, why is the RNC holding, or the DNC holding theirs in Chicago? Why do they hold them in Atlanta? Why do they hold them in Minneapolis? The RNC held its convention in Milwaukee because Wisconsin is a swing state, a critically important swing state, a small but important swing state. Also, it's in the heart of the Midwest, and so you get a lot of attention across the Midwest by holding it there. That's why they held it in Milwaukee. Yep. So I've never been to Milwaukee. I've been to Wisconsin, but not Milwaukee. So, bleachy blondes. And there's the cheeseheads. It's a Wisconsin thing. Although I suspect at this convention, probably a lot of people selling those cheese hats. So people who aren't even from Wisconsin are probably wearing them. But it is a Wisconsin thing. Now that's a very colorful dress that she's wearing. Looks like she's in Hawaii. That's also very colorful. That's a granny dress, though. All right, so let's hope Gayton gets DSTV to drop the South African sports. I don't know if it's going to happen. Next convention should be held in Salt Lake City. If they held it in Salt Lake City, they'd be accused of being racist because almost everybody's white there. Dave says, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate your stream. It makes me feel like I'm watching with a good friend. Well, you're very welcome, Dave, and thank you for being here consistently. I appreciate it. It's a huge time commitment for me and a bit of a time suck, but to be honest, if I wasn't watching it with you and commenting with you, I would probably have it on in the background while I did some work. So I'd watch it one way or another. But yeah. So anyway, thank you for being fired, Joe Biden. Yeah. Joe's got to go. I think it was the best chant yet. Joe's got to go. Joe's got to go. Dutch cheeseheads? No, there's almost no Dutch settled in Wisconsin. Wisconsin was settled by Germans and Scandinavians. Yep. So the population's overwhelmingly German, Scandinavian, much like neighboring Minnesota and much of Iowa, mostly German, but not so many Scandinavians in Iowa. Okay, that's it. Reagan, that's just an ad that's running right now. Yep. So, did you guys see the nonsense coming out of Joyless Reed, which I showed on the program earlier today on my news broadcast? That woman is demented. Absolutely demented. She is crazy as a box of rocks. Well, my views aren't unique, Courtney. My analysis might be unique, but my views aren't unique. My views are mainstream American, centrist, conservative. People believe in faith, family, and the flag. We cling to our God and our guns. Yep, that's a mainstream idea. We believe in equality for everyone, that no one is created better than anyone else, that all men are created equal. They're endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, chief among them, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. A cup of no Joe. I didn't see that. Didn't see that one, Dave. There's Tucker Carlson, folks. Here we go. This should be great. This guy knows the stage.
Thank you.
Listen to that rousing applause. Standing ovation. There's Peter Navarro.
Wild. Thank you.
I don't think he's ever spoken at one of his conventions. He just covered them all before.
Thank you.
Now he doesn't work for News Network, so he can do this.
I feel like I know about
Half of you.
half the people in the room. This is wild.
They
What
love
are you
Tucker.
doing? Justin Wells. Thank you, guys.
Guy who used to wear bow ties on CNN.
Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So, I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. This convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think that. I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee,
Yep.
or a former president,
Destiny.
or a future president. This was the leader of a nation.
Yep.
And I think there's a difference.
Yep.
I've spent most of my life in Washington, where the president is at the top of the pyramid. Everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title
Yep.
that is bestowed by a process of some sort. That
Right,
can
it's
be
not earned.
subverted. In the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy.
Correct.
Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can
Joe
call my
Biden.
dog the CEO of Hewlett-Packard. It doesn't mean she is. No, it's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true, as a fact, that you could take, I don't know, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. If you...
Joe
could.
Biden.
I'm just saying, theoretically
Joe
possible.
Biden.
With enough cheating, that could happen.
Whoa.
But being a leader is very different. It's not a title. It's organic. You can't name someone a leader. A leader is the bravest man. That's who the leader is. That is true in all human organizations. This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That
Once
was
again.
the most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. He reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run.
Yep. Yeah, that
And
was
I thought
amazing.
Two things.
It's because he
first
set
thing
the
I thought was,
example.
well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people.
Yep.
And the second thing I thought was, this is the selfish guy I've been hearing about for 9 years? Really? Not a word about himself?
Exactly.
About his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being
Exactly. He could have
to
really
inflame
fired
the
everybody up.
nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met and
Would have
certainly his
taken it.
opponents would have taken instantly.
Yep.
And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure? This is the irresponsible person? No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen.
Yep.
So the question is,
That's why the Democrats are in disarray.
where is he leading us? And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's public life has been to remind us of one fact, which is a leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's the only point. And another word for this is democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television, actual democracy is the proposition that the citizens of a country own that country.
Yep.
They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country.
You wouldn't know it in our
And
country.
for that to be true, their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do what the people want them to do, or a close approximation thereof. But if they completely ignore what people want, not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50 years,
Yep. Congress.
then it may be, I don't know what, it's not a democracy. And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay attention to what people actually want. And the lack of interest in that question in Washington is something that ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years. Lawmakers stepping over the prostrate bodies of their fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country.
Yep. Ukraine.
Yeah, actually. We've lost more Americans
To opioid.
from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II.
Correct.
Yeah. Our bloodiest war. More than we lost in World War II.
Yep.
Does anybody care? It is
Trump-
pathetic.
Trump
it is
does.
pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from.
China.
We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No. That's for Ukraine.
That's right.
And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting.
It is beyond
It's
insulting.
too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you. And Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that.
Well, in government.
And in his choice,
Those of us in
for
uniform
Vice
know it.
President, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine.
Manufactured for TV.
In Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy. So I will stop on just one point, and that is what's happened over the past month since the debate, and particularly on Saturday in Butler. I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this. Actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day after the midterm elections in 2018, Antifa came to my house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump, who's not like a regular text buddy of Donald Trump. She picks it up. Hello? Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Whoa. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house.
Yeah, right.
And she goes, oh, it's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love. And I'll just stop with this. I'm not always convinced that I'm on the right side. I've been on the wrong side many times. You'll never hear me say, I'm on God's side, or God's with me, or even I'm with God. I want to be. Not sure I am. But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God is among us right now. And I think that's enough. God bless you.
Well, it was pretty good. Extemporaneous.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
Hulk Hogan.
General Manager, Trump National Director.
Oh, no, it's not. Hulk comes after.
Moscow Ruiz.
Sorry, after her. Ruiz. Trump hires Hispanics. He hires women, puts them in charge. I thought that wasn't how it worked. She doesn't look Hispanic. Must be her husband is Hispanic.
I'm not sure how I follow Tucker,
Exactly. Tough act.
but I'm going to give it a go. Good evening, everyone. My name is Carrie Ruiz, and like some people on this stage this evening, I am not a politician. I am not a public figure. I'm a mom of 3 and a woman of faith who's been fortunate to work side by side with Donald Trump and his amazing family.
Her hair is perfect.
12 years ago, the Trump Organization purchased the iconic Doral Golf Resort after so many companies tried and failed to create a world-class golf experience, all while turning a profit. With his keen eye for business and uncanny ability to make things better, Donald Trump got to work. He poured hundreds of millions of dollars and his own sweat and tears into the property. He had a hand in virtually everything, and no detail was too small. He didn't just change the carpet or apply a fresh coat of paint. He stripped this legendary resort to its core and rebuilt it the right way. He did the hardest things to make it great again. He also built up the resort's people. Thank you, boss. He empowered us. He listened to us, all of us, and he still does. No matter your role, he asks questions. He wants different opinions. He never demands more of us than he is willing to give. He is as generous as he is brave. And to those who work for him, he provides unwavering support. When he promoted me to the resort's golf general manager position, it was an out-of-the-box choice in a historically male-dominated industry. I am not a golf professional. I cannot break 90 yet. But none of that mattered to President Trump. He looks
saw a
at
leader.
things differently. He welcomes the unconventional. And I am proud to be among the countless women he's promoted to leadership positions. I might add, he did it all while no one was looking. The simple truth is, no one can match President Trump's vision and unrelenting drive to make things better. He did it at Doral. He did it as president. He will do it again. May God continue to bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
That was pretty good. She did a good job. And now Hulk Hogan.
Battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, Marxists, and fascists. We will throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake news media, and we will liberate America from these villains once and for all.
Hulk Hogan is coming. Okay, let's put that on pause so we don't get a copyright claim. So we're working our way through the night, folks. Donald Trump will be coming up here a little over an hour. He's scheduled to talk. Yep. The podium, they have different backdrops they've been putting up each night. Changes around. It's a pretty impressive light show, the way they've set it up and everything. So, yeah. Apparently they have like 100 and some thousand balloons they're going to release, you know. That's crazy. Or did they do that on the first night? I didn't see any balloons in the first night, so it must be tonight. Excuse me. But yeah, that's very impressive. Yeah, once again, you know, so you hear these countless stories about what a great and empathetic, wonderful, and listening and caring person Trump is, and they had this Jean Carroll or whatever the hell her name was, claiming Trump groped her in an elevator. The man is 78 years old. And in 78 years of being a playboy, having been married 3 times, and we've never had anyone else ever make such a ludicrous claim against him. It beggars imagination. Former Cheetah player might be playing for Portugal on Saturday. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, so, you know, it beggars imagination. It really does. And so Trump successfully navigated real estate, a notoriously difficult market, plus one that oftentimes has corruption in it. You know, you see, he negotiated this successfully for 50, 60 years, only to be accused of an accounting crime that never occurred. And even if it had occurred, the statute of limitations was up. Seriously, how can anybody believe this horse manure? It's ridiculous. Yeah. Meanwhile, Joe Biden isn't even campaigning because he's hiding in his basement with a claim that he has the Rona. Is that still a thing? Apparently it is. Yep. Unbelievable. Joy Reid lost her mind with... yeah, no, I saw that. I think you were listening earlier. She's absolutely bonkers crazy. That woman needs to check into a facility and get herself some care because she really, really needs the care. It's unbelievable, folks. I mean, seriously. In fact, let's see where we can find what she said earlier. So here's Joyless Reed.
Here's the question that I have on that.
So, she's trying to compare Joe Biden getting COVID with Donald Trump being shot in the head. Seriously?
Here's the question that I have on that. These two men are both elderly.
Yes.
Donald Trump is an elderly man who, for whatever reason, was given 9 seconds to take a iconic photo op during an active shooter.
Was given 9 seconds to take an iconic photo op. Yeah, and if Donald Trump had been a coward like Biden and crapped his pants and laid on the floor. Okay, here we go. Somebody's coming out. Who's this?
Thank you.
I thought Hulk Hogan was next.
Good evening. My name is Annette Albright.
Oh, she's going ahead of Hulk Hogan.
I grew up in the small town of Mount Airy, North Carolina.
Is that near Mount Pilot?
Like my parents and my grandparents, I was a lifelong member of the Democrat Party.
Another person.
Don't worry, the story gets better from here. After completing a degree in criminal justice, I started a career working with the North Carolina Department of Corrections. I left my job in the criminal justice system to work for Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District to engage our youth before they got stuck in the system. It didn't take long
People need to be quiet and
for
be
me
respectful.
to realize that public schools are a part of the problem.
Oh, indeed they are. Yep. Big part of the problem.
Sadly, too many of our schools are more like prisons than places of learning. That must change. In one public high school, I witnessed a full-blown riot. I saw many violent altercations between students and physical attacks on staff. During my 14 years working with the Department of Public Safety, offenders never laid a hand on me. Yet, I was violently assaulted by a group of students in a public high school.
Yep. Yep. Never touched by a convict, but touched by kids.
The uptick in school violence was related to an Obama-Biden policy that directed schools to reduce suspension rates and keep dangerous students in the classroom.
Yep. Because they're black and they have an unfair chance. That's why.
President Trump reversed the Obama policy and put the safety of our kids first. Violence on public school campuses should not be a Democrat issue. It should not be a Republican issue. It is an American people issue. Sadly, I've repeatedly seen that the Democrat Party cares more about appeasing the teachers' union than they do about prioritizing the needs of our kids. They champion safe spaces instead of safe schools. This is completely wrong.
If only you were correct, Courtney. They're not supposed to have any power, but they do.
Little by little, I began to see the truth. While Democrats spend more money on a broken system, Republicans are empowering parents and fighting for school choice. While Democrats think school resource officers are a threat to our students. Republicans know that they protect our kids. While Democrats won't admit that our schools are failing, Republicans will fix the system and make our schools safe.
Yeah, little flags on there would be cool.
That's why this year, for the first time in my life, I am registered as a Republican.
It took you so long.
Thank you. Thank you.
You want applause for coming to the party late?
And
Sorry.
in November, I will proudly cast my vote for Donald J. Trump. Only together we can make America's schools great again. Thank you, and God bless America.
I wonder if Hulk Hogan got preempted or what. He was supposed to speak before she did. So we'll see what happens. Hulk Hogan was supposed to speak. Two great Americans passed today, folks. Lou Dobbs died at the age of 78. The former CNN host and then Fox News and eventually on Frank TV. Lou Dobbs, 78 years old, same age as the president. And then also one of my all-time favorite comedians, the man who just was funny just by being himself, Bob Newhart, passed away today at the age of 94. That's a heartbreaker. It sucks. I was really liked Bob Newhart. Loved his shows. Grew up watching the Bob Newhart show. And then later it came with Newhart. And memorable moments from that show. I'm Larry. It's my brother Daryl. It's my other brother Daryl. Peter Scolari. Oh, my goodness. What a show. And then, of course, in his twilight years, appearing on The Big Bang Theory as Professor Proton. Man, his timing was just brilliant. Just brilliant. He was brilliant. The first ever comedian to sell 1 million albums for his comedy album, 1960s. 1960, actually, I think it was. First and only comedian to win the album of the year and the artist of the year. It was just unbelievable. Bob Newhart was just amazing, folks. I don't want to say I'm heartbroken, but I'm really bummed out. I'll probably tonight watch Bob Newhart on the new. I have all of his shows on DVD. I have all of his shows, I should say. He had a couple other shows that weren't so good, but those two shows are iconic and stand out. The Bob Newhart show was great. Dun 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 dun. Wow. He's the only one on sets to not corpse and scenes. To what? What does that mean, not corpse and scenes? Yeah. That music by Ray Mancini was just brilliant for the Bob Newhart show. Yeah. And the music was more lighthearted for the Newhart show. Mary Fran on there. That was a great show too. But nothing can compare to the Bob Newhart show. The man was just so funny. And Professor Proton, he was so funny as Professor Proton. All crack up. Yeah, he was the only one on the set. Yeah, because he made them all laugh. But Courtney is alluding to the fact, the way that the Newhart show ended. Of course, we're watching Newhart show. We know it's the final season. I saw that when it happened. We watched the final episode, and he says, "Honey, I had a strange dream." This is after he got hit in the head with a golf ball, and and she says, "Yes, Bob. What is it?" And she turns the light on, and it's Suzanne Plachette from 12 years before. Oh, my gosh. So cool. She died too young, too. But Suzanne Plachette was great on that show. They intentionally had no children on the show. That was Bob Newhart didn't want kids on the show. He didn't want it for the characters. Jerry was the dentist. He's still around. He's Jerry Bonderitz, Peter Bonderitz. He's still around. He's in his 70s now, something like that, maybe a little bit older. But Marshall Wallace has passed, if I'm not mistaken. Most people from that show have since passed on. But Bob outlasted almost all of them at the age of 94. Wow. 94. That sucks. I was hoping he'd make it to 100. All these great performers and iconic artists disappearing and going on us. Betty White went last year. Jeez. Yeah, it's man, oh man, oh man. I think we've got some dead air here because it looks like Hulk Hogan is not going to speak. Courtney says, watching the final episode with my parents. I was just a boy at the time. I remember my parents laughing hysterically. And I'm like, yeah, it was funny. But that's because your parents watched the Bob Newhart show. Oh, my goodness. Yeah. Wow. And then, of course, Bill Daly, the guy that used to be on I Dream of Jeannie, Major Healy. And then he was on there as the pilot, the clueless pilot who was the neighbor. Great show. Yep. Oh, I love that show. Such an incredible show. Yep. And it was part of a huge lineup. You had Mary Tyler Moore Show. You had All in the Family and Carol Burnett all in the same evening. CBS hit on all cylinders then. It was incredible. Oh, there's Russell Brand. He's not a Republican. He's not a delegate, but he's there. I guess he'd be a creepy-looking comedian who's not really funny. You get what you want. Must be nice to have celebrity in which you don't even have to do anything, and you get famous for being famous, like Paris Hilton. Yep. Then you can use that to parlay into actually doing something. I don't need a dictionary to understand Russell Brand. I just don't find him that funny. I find him interesting, but not funny. I don't get his humor at all. It's not very funny. So, anyway. But Bob Newhart was unbelievably funny. This sucks. This. What's going on here, Republican Party? Get your act together. Dean Stockwell died. Yeah, that was... yeah, I want to see a revival of Quantum Leap, too. Not this crap that keeps coming up, like the fake reboot of Hawaii Five-0, which was good for one season, then it went to crap. And the lame reboot of Magnum P.I. That's such an insulting reboot. The reboot of... was it One Day at a Time? All these shows, stolen, cultural appropriation, unbelievable stuff. It's just rebooting these shows and making crappy remakes of them. It's really sucky. Really sucky. The MacGyver remake, that's so lame. So lame. Unbelievable. Yeah, no, I got you, Dave. I got you. He uses big words. I got you. But using big words doesn't make you funny. George Carlin could use big words. He also used tiny words. Some people know how to use the big words. Yeah, so... all the remakes suck. They do. But what I can tell you for sure, folks, is that not a remake, but a sequel. And this is, I think, the best in the entire series. Beverly Hills Cop, Axel Foley. What a great flick. It's not woke. It pays homage to those who came before in the series. And it's really well done. Paul Reiser's in it. Eddie Murphy, of course. And then Bronson Pinchot plays Serge once again. Sliders. I love Sliders. That was a good show. Yep. Especially the first couple of years. It got kind of lame after that, but it was a show struggling to survive. First two seasons were fantastic. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. The first two seasons were great. I have all the seasons of Sliders. Yep. I love that show. Yep. Pretty cool concept. Yep. I guess Hulk Hogan is not going to speak tonight. This is crazy. Oh, you like Bronson Pinchot? Yeah, he's a good actor. I liked him on... what was it with Balky Bartokomous? What was that show? That was based in Wisconsin too. That was based in Wisconsin too. Yeah, that show was based in Wisconsin. I mean, the sitcom. So what was it? Balky Bartokomous. Balki. Bar. There you go. Balky Bartokomous, fictional character. Yep. Bronson Pinchot. Perfect Strangers. That was the show. Yep. From the fictional Mediterranean company of Mypos. Myposian Dance of Joy. Wow. Balki is born and raised in the fictional Greek island of Mypos, where he eked out a living as a shepherd and dreamed of a better life in America. He's naive, optimistic, and well-meaning. Bronson Pinchot once said of his character, he looks at the world like a 4-year-old and sees the world as benevolent. I wish. These traits, along with his ignorance of American culture, sometimes get Balki into difficult or dangerous situations, as his cousin Larry Appleton invariably coming to his rescue. However, Larry soon realizes that for all Balki's naivety and cultural malpropisms, he is otherwise a very intelligent and courageous man of many talents who often saves the day himself. Mypos, as described by Balki, was a somewhat strange land with many bizarre customs and traditions. In one episode, Larry is portrayed going duck hunting, and the normally gentle Balki is surprisingly asked to come along out of intense hatred for ducks. to regard as vicious predators on Mypos. The description he gives of the ducks on Mypos later in the episode, however, implies that Archaeoplex, something that still exists on the island. It's also described as being something of a primitive backward place. Oh, man, Balky Bartokomous. What a great show. Perfect Strangers. That show was on for 8 seasons. Wow. Wow, 8 seasons. Didn't realize it was that long. Ran from 1986 to 1993 on ABC. Wow. 150 episodes. Wow. Something else. Season 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So Bronson Pinchot. Mark Lynn Baker played Larry Appleton. Yep. Melanie Wilson was Jennifer Lyons. That was the neighbor. Yep. Wow. Good stuff. Yeah, it was in Wisconsin. Show's theme song was Nothing's Gonna Stop Me Now. The guy that wrote that also wrote the theme series for Full House and Step by Step and Perfect Strangers. Spin-off Family Matters. Yep, Family Matters came out of this too. Wow. Perfect Strangers. Mark Lynn Baker is 70 years old now. Good God. 70 years old. Wow. See, he did lots of stuff through the 90s. Did a lot of appearances. He's still doing stuff occasionally. Nothing major, though. And he did some films. Up till 2016 was the last film he was in. So, yeah, Mark Lynn Baker. Melanie Wilson. She stopped acting in 2009. Okay. Yep, she hasn't done much of anything yet. So. Huh. Well, lots of music still going on. I don't know what's going on. Hulk Hogan was supposed to be on. And then already at this hour, we're supposed to have already heard from Franklin Graham. And we're supposed to hear from Hulk Hogan the last hour. We are way behind the Republican National Convention, folks. Way behind. I don't know what's going on here. Like I said, I don't know what happened to Hulk Hogan. He was scheduled to go after Kerry Ruiz, the golf club manager from the Doral Golf Club, and before Annette Albright, who is a former school board candidate, the lady who came up there a short while ago. And after them, at the top of the hour, now 12 minutes ago, Franklin Graham, the Reverend Franklin Graham, was supposed to be speaking, and he hasn't been speaking. So in this hour, we were supposed to have Franklin Graham, Eric Trump, and Dana White, president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, UFC. And then Trump is the last speaker. But right now, nothing's happening, folks. Nobody is popping up. Don't know why. Yeah, Family Matters was a spinoff of Perfect Strangers, Dave. That's correct. Yep. Oh, my goodness, Courtney. Guy who played Larry went so woke. Remember listening to Prairie Home Companion with Garrison Keillor? Lake Wobegon is a small town in Minnesota. Lake Wobegon is not real. It's a fictional town in Minnesota. It's funny you should mention that, Courtney, because just the other night, 2 nights ago, I watched the movie Prairie Home Companion with Garrison Keillor, Meryl Streep, Lindsay Lohan. Yeah, just watched it. Yep. Love it. I always liked the Prairie Home Companion. It was on for 40 plus years. I only heard it a few times. Good show because it was, of course, it was when it got syndicated, I could listen to it, but it was up in Minnesota. Yeah, Lake Wobegon doesn't exist. It's a fictional town, and it wasn't even mentioned in the movie. The movie is pretty good. So, Dave wants to know if he's the king of stuff related to Perfect Strangers. Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe Billy Graham Crusade in San Diego. Wow. Okay. Hey, Sedgefield, how's it going? Cold and raining, chaos. Okay. Yeah, no, it's not Liverpool. It's in Leeds. They've lost the plot. The United Kingdom is gone. It's being invaded and taken over by people with alien values who have no respect for the rule of law, for Englishness, for anything. England is collapsing. The United Kingdom is collapsing because they've allowed themselves to be taken over by bigots, racists, and hate mongers, and it's a shame. It's a shame. It's a shame. Yes, Garrison Keillor. Yep. And actually, you got it right. That's the correct way to spell it there, Courtney. I'm impressed. Keeler is an odd name to spell, but that's it. Yeah, he's a legend. Garrison Keeler's done so much on radio over the years. So we're just getting a lot of music here because no one's showing up here. American author and singer. He's 81 years old now. Wow. American author, singer, humorist, voice actor, radio personality, created Minnesota Public Radio show A Prairie Home Companion, which he hosted from 1974 to 2016. Wow. 84, 94, 2004, 2014. 42 years. Yep, he created the fictional Minnesota town of Lake Wobegon, the setting of many of his books, including Lake Wobegon Days and Leaving Home, a collection of Lake Wobegon stories. Other creations include Guy Noir, the detective, who appeared in, he's played by Kevin Kline in the Prairie Home Companion movie. Yep. In November 2017, Minnesota Public Radio cut all business ties with him after an allegation of inappropriate behavior with a freelance writer. In 2018, he announced a settlement that allows the archives to be publicly available again soon after he began publishing new episodes of the Writer's Almanac on his website. Continues a tour of stage version of Prairie Home Companion, but the shows are not broadcast. Wow. He was married to Mary Gunsel from 1965 to 1976. Then he married Ulla Skeved from 1985 until 1990. And then he married Jenny Lind Nilsson, 1995. He's been married to all kinds of Scandinavians and Germans. He was born in Anoka, Minnesota, the son of Grace Ruth and John Philip Keeler. They were Plymouth Brethren, the evangelical Christian movement, but he left that later in life. Started his professional career in radio in November 1969 with Minnesota Educational Radio, later Minnesota Public Radio. Yep, A Prairie Home Companion debuted as an old-style variety show before a live audience in 1974. It featured guest musicians and a cadre cast in doing musical numbers and comic skits, replete with elaborate live sound effects. The show was punctuated by spoof commercial spots for fictitious sponsors, such as Powder Milk Biscuits, the Ketchup Advisory Board, and the Professional Organization of English Majors. Poem. Yep, it had a series of parody serial melodramas such as The Adventures of Guy Noir, Private Eye, and The Lives of the Cowboys. Keeler voiced Noir and the Cowboy Lefty and other recurring characters. The show aired from the Fitzgerald Theater in St. Paul, Minnesota. Yep. After the show's intermission, Keeler read clever and often humorous greetings to friends and family at home, submitted by members of the theater audience in exchange for an honorarium. Also, in the second half of the show, he delivered a monologue called The News from Lake Wobegon, a fictitious town based on his hometown of Anoka, Minnesota, and on Freeport and other small towns in Stearns County, Minnesota. Yep. The original program ran until 1987, when he ended it to focus on other projects. In 1989, he launched a new live program in New York City. Yep. Yeah, Prairie Home Companion. The movie was excellent. I really enjoyed it. The Fitzgerald Theater, the oldest active theater in St. Paul, Minnesota, and home American Public Media, is live from here, formerly known as the Prairie Home Companion. Yep. In 2002, it was the site of an election eve debate between Norm Coleman and Walter Mondale. Wow. 2005, the theater was used for the filming of Prairie Home Companion, directed by Robert Altman. While a certain level of realism is added by using the normal venue for the show, the regular equipment was eschewed in favor of sets designed for the movie. Because the theater is a small building, other theaters in the region were also scouted prior to filming, just in case the Fitzgerald was not big enough, but eventually was determined to be adequate for the film's needs. In 2019, Twin Cities venue operator First Avenue purchased the Fitzgerald. The theater has a theater organ made by Wurlitzer. So, yep. Fitzgerald Theater. Wow. So I don't understand what happened to Hulk Hogan here, folks. People doubt the power of the Ketchup Advisory Board, but they have a chair in the Bilderberg. As someone who has a BA in English, I really appreciate his show. Yeah, no, the Prairie Home Companion was great. It's great, and it's all you can check out the stuff. I mean, it's available. You can get the programs. Yeah, the Ketchup Advisory Board, Buttermilk Biscuits. Brought to you by Buttermilk Biscuits, the tasty buttermilk flavor of buttermilk biscuits. Gosh. Hey, no, it's a good question. We are way behind schedule now. Hulk Hogan did not show up in the last hour. And they keep playing music, so I can't even tell you what's going on. Trump left a long time ago, presumably to go to the green room. I don't know. Let's see if I can find something on the Prairie Home Companion. Prairie Home Companion. I don't want the movie. There it is, the podcast. Okay. Prairie Home Companion past shows. Huh. With Garrison Keillor. November 3rd, 2001 with Jillian Welch and Rhonda Vincent and the Rage. The Chanel sisters, Kate McKenzie. Okay, 2010. Let me see if I can get one of these to play real quick.
From American Public Media.
A Prairie Home Companion. Look at that. Wow, we found it. Just like that. Now, this was from Waterbury, Connecticut. They actually got the video of it, too, here. Let me jump ahead a little bit. Oh, well, let me jump ahead.
Young, ambitious people are going to take it over. But in the meantime, I want to have some people who are of my generation.
Garrison Keillor there, man. Huh. Prairie Home Companion. If you're not familiar with the folks, check it out. Watching frumpy old Republicans is not very cool. Well, there's a reason why most of these people are the way they are, because these are donors and delegates. So rich people and people who are connected so that they get to be delegates to the convention. It's been a little cold day in Lake Wobegon, my hometown. Yeah, that's exactly how he talks. Garrison Keillor. You know, it's a real pleasure watching the Republican National Convention from the Fitzgerald Theater in St. Paul, otherwise known as Milwaukee, Wisconsin, tonight, fronting for St. Paul. And in just a moment, this message brought to you by Star Valley in Wyoming, home of Dan Bailey. Hey, Dan, how's it going, man? How you doing there, brother? BLM, the Bureau of Land Management. That is correct. That is actually their acronym, not Black Lives Matter. Yep. Anyway, so I heard Hulk Hogan was saying he was speaking. Yes, he was supposed to have spoken a long time ago. A long time ago. I don't know what happened to Hulk Hogan. Check out that guy. He's got elephant ears on there. Yeah, so he's not an oldie. He's a younger guy. He's having a good time. A little too much fun. Yep, there's definitely a Geritol crowd tonight, that's for sure. Dan, that's good to see you there. It's been a cold day in Lake Wobegon, my hometown. You know, when we were kids, we would get the old saw, walk out on the ice, and we'd cut ourselves a hole in the ice. We'd spend hour after hour out there on the lake at Lake Wobegon, just trying to catch something to eat. We were so damn hungry. Oh, my goodness. Olaf, oh, my goodness. Welcome back to the program. Welcome to a Prairie Home Companion. Tonight's program is sponsored by the Trump Organization. Tonight's program is sponsored by Magic Spot Remover. Simply pour it on, rub it on, and off comes your spot. Just the sort of thing you need when you have a home quilting session and you spilled that cherry pop cola all over your lovely macrame. That's a bad situation when you live in Lake Wobegon, my hometown. Oh, good Lord, Bob Ross. That guy painting stuff. That show is so popular. People love that good guy. He's passed away. Bob Ross, not my cup of tea. But you know what I do love? I do love is the Red Green Show. Lake Asbestos. Keep your stick on the ice. If women don't find you handsome, at least they can find you handy. I have the entire collection of the Red Green Show, too. What an incredibly funny show. What a funny show. The Canadians can produce some good stuff occasionally, and the Ray Green Show is definitely one of them. A low-budget show. That show was on forever. Oh, my goodness. What's going on here? We don't need this crap going on forever. Give us the damn convention here, fellas. So, Ray Green Show. The Ray Green Show, Canadian television program. Here we go. All right. Half-hour Canadian television program aired from 1991 to 2006. It seemed like it was a lot longer than that. There's Trumpster. The Trumpster is walking back out on the floor. Red Green was based on my brother, I swear. Listen to Rebel Canners. I don't know about that. Yeah, we're all going to start wearing ear patches with the American flag on it over here. Or who are these little kids? Is this grandkids? Oh, that little girl looks like Ivanka. Is that Ivanka's daughter? Ivanka should be there tonight. Yeah, expect to see Ivanka. The Trumpster. Lend me your ear, Terry Hulk Hogan. There's Ivanka, I think. Or it was her kid. Yeah, it looks like her. She's tall enough. And the Jared Kushner, yep. Yep, that is her. And there's his daughter from Marla Maples. Tiffany, named after Tiffany's. Whole family showing up there. Is Melania there? There she comes. That's got to be Melania, right? No. Who is that? Is that Melania? No, where's Melania? Boy, they'll make a huge deal of this if Melania is not next to him. You wait, there'll never be no end of it. Where was Melania? She doesn't support the president. Oh. Watch. There's Ivanka. Jared. The Donald. Who's that? Oh, that's Lara Trump. Okay. Is Melania there? Okay, we're all looking for Melania now. There's Tiffany and her Arab husband. Lebanese husband. Jewish husband. Yeah, they're all just so evil. I don't see Melania, man. There's Kimberly Guilfoyle. Is Melania not there? They're going to make a huge deal out of this. Roddy Rod Piper. Yeah, he is dead, Cordy. Not around anymore. What about Ric Flair? Woo! Ric Flair. Can definitely tell they have different parents. Here we go, finally. Finally. Oh, there he is. There's Hulk Hogan, finally. They must have held the Hulkster up for Trump. There he is. Look at the Hulkster. Definitely a showman. That's what these wrestlers are.
Well, let me tell you something, brother. You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought. The vibe was so intense. The energy was so crazy, it felt like maybe I was going to press that no-good, stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're going to bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother.
Yep, that's true, Arbite.
I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans.
Mitt Romney is the Republican of never. Republicans were never Mitt Romney. He's a fraud.
You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the President of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again.
Melania is not scheduled to speak tonight. Eric is.
You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans,
Doesn't mean she's not going to speak.
I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero? They tried to kill the next President of the United States. Enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Hulk Hogan. Oh my God.
You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next President of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. I just had a flashback, man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump. And you know something? He's gonna win in November, and we're all gonna be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years. And he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother. Donald Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump.
Indeed they
All
have.
the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts.
Yep.
You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye.
Yep.
Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you. And thank you.
Hulk Hogan. All right, now to get back to something serious here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the president and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and president of Samaritan's Purse, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
There we go. Now we get back to something serious, folks. All right, now we get back to something serious. Boy, he looks a lot like his father, doesn't he? God, he looks just like his father, Billy Graham. Just like Billy Graham.
I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hulk Hogan.
I don't think that was the hardest job
But
tonight.
I stand here tonight
Tucker was a hard one.
as a private citizen who loves this country. I've been asked to say a few words and then to pray, and we're going to do that. Last Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania, President Trump had a near-death experience. No question. But God spared his life.
He does, R1. He looks, especially from the side, looks just like his dad.
When we go through those experiences, it changes us. It can cause us to examine our lives and to reevaluate our priorities, as you should. When President Trump rose from that platform, he rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable resolve to fight for them in this nation. I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have the answer for that. But one thing I do know is that God loves us, and he wants us to be with him in heaven one day. And that's through faith in his Son, Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible says that God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shouldn't perish but should have everlasting life. For as long as I've known President Trump, I've found him to be a man of his word. Things that he said he'll do, he did. When he told me and our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices. Guess what? He did.
Yep. Wow, they turn out not be conservative. They're frauds.
In 2016, he said he would defend religious liberty. And guess what? He did. In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that. I'm grateful and thankful for what he did as a 45th president of the United States. And I know that as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again. It's an honor for me to be asked to pray for Donald Trump this evening. And so what I'd like to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the provisions you have given to the United States of America. You have blessed this country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump, that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs, we also pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent. We know that all authority comes from you. You are a great God, and we ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. Amen.
There's no such thing as separation of church and state. It's a fictitious fairy tale made up by leftists who lie about America's history. It's a country founded in Judeo-Christian values. The Reverend Franklin Graham, son of William Franklin Graham.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome businessman and executive
Eric
vice
Trump.
president of the Trump Organization, Eric Trump.
Well, Eric got premium billing here. A letter doesn't make America. It's a letter. It's not the Constitution. It's not Declaration of Independence.
Good evening, America. Eight years ago, my father sat our family down. He spoke of a nation in decline, of dreams slipping away, of a future endangered by failed leadership and broken promises. It was in that moment I knew my father had made a decision that would forever change our lives. We realized he had chosen to step into the arena, to fight for the soul of America. He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future. My father was clear it would not be easy, that there would be a huge price to pay, and that the attacks would be vicious.
He was right.
Looking back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every radical left courthouse in America, to take his life. Yet through it all, he's shown unwavering courage and determination, not just in public, but in every private conversation with me and our family. He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th president of the United States. That man is Donald J. Trump.
Fire Joe Biden. I love it. It's an ironic chant. Usually that's for an incumbent, 4 more years. It's an ironic chant. It's pretty funny. Courtney, you really don't like people, do you?
Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling. Jobs were scarce. Our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten. Our military was in shambles. Our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use, or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty. But he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct.
That's true. That's why the left hates him.
He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace. Unemployment reached historic lows across all demographics. Wage growth soared. He cut taxes for hardworking families and businesses. He slashed regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history. People bought their first homes in an environment that saw 2 to 3% interest rates. They started their families. My father made the United States energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised. He put America first. We were winning. Donald Trump made America great again.
We were winning. It's all gone to shit.
But he also created a movement.
Sign my retirement letter.
A movement that threatened the special interests and the political elites. A movement that cast a bright light on the institutions weaponized against the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who fought back.
Elon isn't scheduled to speak here. Oh, wow.
You see it in your workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off to Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact.
Yep.
My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats, funded by special interest groups, and hand-picked judges.
Yep.
My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement.
Yep.
They're terrified of it.
Yep, that's
They're
why
terrified
YouTube
of
censors
you
me.
and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything.
Yep.
To destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win.
I don't want to hear that. I want to hear about them paying for their transgressions. I want consequences. Liz Lee Zeldin. I want them to pay for the crimes they've committed against America and me.
I love my Florida delegation right here.
New York chasing billionaires out of the state. Dumb people in New York.
My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation.
75 million.
He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty. He is not a threat to democracy. He is a threat to those who despise our republic.
Yep.
Many whom are bought and sold, bribed and coerced, people who have
Bob
never
Menendez.
signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire adult lives.
Yep. Yep. Can't say it better than that. Can't say it better than that. Suckling off the teat of our tax dollars.
Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The U.S. dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding. The Middle East has become a hornet's nest. Our greatest ally, Israel, totally under siege. Fentanyl is killing our youth and destroying families, while the current administration stands idly by, hoping their inaction will import illegal votes. Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports. Destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system. And we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest.
It's working against our interest. It has been for decades.
In spite of where we are today as a nation, I'd like to speak to every American. To the homeless veteran sleeping under a bridge as illegal immigrants are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York. I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it.
That's a fairy tale you're talking about there, Courtney. It's a lie. Everybody's taxes were cut, and tax revenue is higher today than it's ever been.
Afford groceries and has been forced to work 3 jobs. I'm sorry. It does not have to be this way. To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing, I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals in school, I'm sorry. There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them. To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service agents who work every single day to protect our communities, knowing damn well that the system will throw you under the bus, I'm sorry. We will stand behind you. To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry. We will make America great again.
Can't happen soon enough.
And to my father, who has been ruthlessly silenced, slandered, and attacked by a corrupt administration, I'm sorry. We know, and America knows, that they're not just after you,
they're after us.
After all of us, and you just happen to be standing in their way.
Yep.
To all Americans watching tonight, the greatest retribution will be our success. Success not just for ourselves, but for our grandchildren and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean. And our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first. Our children will understand family, our children will have values, and our children will love God. Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump. Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you, a journey to save the greatest country on earth, a journey with the most incredible people I have ever met.
Yeah, Dana White is scheduled to speak next.
Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke, Carolina, and I held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived. You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics. You shouted, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" I'm honored to be your son. I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You epitomize strength. Our country loves you. Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee. God bless you all.
Okay, I need to deal with something here. So, Courtney, here's the problem with telling fairy tales. Now, this is an income tax, but this is after the income tax cuts. This is the true story. You're misleading people with that, with just a flat-out misleading false statement there. Let me be very clear. Why is that not showing up there? Why is the screen not showing up? Hang on a second here. That doesn't make any sense. That's the Firefox window. So, why is that? What the heck's going on there? Oh, there we go. That's supposed to be Firefox. So Trump's making his move down. This is the problem, Courtney. Let me just show you this very quickly here. You ready? Okay, here's the thing. You made a statement that funny how America, or that's not, I'm sorry. Lest we forget, our national debt increased after Trump cut billionaires' taxes. First off, that's a lie. Donald Trump cut everybody's taxes. And the people who got the largest percentage cut were middle class, who wound up with an average of $9,700 more in personal wealth per family under Donald Trump. This is the true picture here. The red line at the bottom represents the years that Donald Trump was president and the tax revenue that came into the government. The largest tax cut in the history of the United States. And Donald Trump increased tax revenue every year from 3.25 to 3.32 to 3.46. There's a slight dip there at the end, but that, of course, is 2020. So hardly because of a tax cut. It's because 40 million people weren't working. Then tax revenue surged because the tax cuts flourished the economy when they weren't hampered by COVID. And we see that it shot up to $4.9 trillion last year. However, Joe Biden has cost the federal government $500 billion in tax income because of his failed economy. This is the single greatest drop in the history of the United States in revenue to the federal government. $500 billion evaporated under Joe Biden's corrupt, failed economy. And that's what the red circle is there. But whatever you say, Donald Trump made the tax cuts. Biden has not increased our taxes. Yet we have over nearly $2 trillion more in annual tax revenue after Trump's tax cuts. Stop misleading people, Courtney. It's not healthy. It's not healthy. And it's also not the truth. You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't do that. It's very dishonest and misleading. You shouldn't do that. I mean, honestly, it's not right. You know, you're not a stupid person. You know better than that. You know better than that. Don't mislead people. There's Usha Vance and J.D. Vance. There's Tiffany Trump plus her Lebanese Arab husband. Ivanka Trump, her Jewish husband, is not there. There's Don Jr. and his daughter, one of his younger daughters there. And off on the left is Kimberly Guilfoyle in the red dress. Ivanka just looking sharp as always. Looking sharp as always. We're supposed to have two speakers left tonight. Now, Kimberly Guilfoyle got criticized heavily for her dress last night. I'm not sure why. I don't know what the issue was with the dress. Yeah, Dana White is scheduled to speak. That's correct. There's Hulk Hogan up there. So he got some primetime appearances tonight. I've also saved the actual federal income tax, which has gone up every quarter. It's just not the truth, man. You can't mislead people like that. It's not fair. It's not fair. It's not fair to the truth. So I don't know why you just want to say that. Dude, it's not the truth. Hang on a second here. Oh, I got it open twice. That's the problem. So there was a tax drop in the early part of the century after Trump, or after the economy dipped. When Bush came in with his tax cuts, the federal government's revenue dipped briefly for 2 years and then surged and went to the highest level it ever been. As I said, in 2008, the federal government took in $2.52 trillion, the highest ever amount. And that was after the economy, with the economy tanking that year. It could be even higher. Tax cuts work because they spur economic activity and encourage people to invest in businesses. They work. They work. No, Courtney. No, see, you're playing the game leftists play. Don't play it. You're mixing facts. You intended to give the impression that the reason that the deficit climbed is because Donald Trump gave tax cuts to billionaires. If you want to say the deficit increased under Trump, then state that. That's a true statement. But saying it increased because he gave tax breaks to billionaires is factually incorrect, and it's dishonest and disingenuous. He gave tax cuts to everyone. And the largest percentage tax cuts went to the middle class. It did not cause revenue to collapse. Revenue stayed steady and increased under Trump and then soared after Trump was out because of corporate tax rates being only 21%. There's Melania. Ha 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 ha, Courtney. Oh, Melania's not coming. She hates Donald. Oh, she hates the Donald. She's not coming. Ha 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 ha. There she is. Ah, the queen herself. Ha 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 ha. Look at that. Gorgeous woman. Most attractive woman ever in the White House. Look at that. Look at that. Oh, she's not there. She hates the Trumps. Their marriage in trouble. If their marriage is in trouble, it's because of the media and people lying about their marriage. This woman is the most successful immigrant in decades come here. Yep, she did make a grand entrance. Now, that's an attractive woman. A supermodel. And they try to tell us that Mike is better looking than her. It's the first time I said that. Everybody keeps calling her Mike, so it's a faux pas. Yeah, there she is, Melania Trump. Look at that smile, man. Gorgeous woman. Yep. It is true that the deficit increased while Trump was president. And it's also true that Barack Obama doubled the deficit while he was president. And it's also true that the deficit has continued and gotten even larger under Joe Biden. Courtney says you win this round. Well, I wasn't around, Courtney. You just started for some reason making all these strange comments about Melania. I don't know where that came from. And you claim that that the Trump tax cuts. Oh, here we go.
His beloved city. But most of all, this is a story about putting his country first. And it's a story best told in pictures. Young and confident, Donald Trump wasn't afraid to think big and build even bigger. And he left his mark on the New York skyline that greeted visitors from around the world. But he wasn't just an American entrepreneur. He became a folk hero. Celebrities and sports stars wanted to be
until they turned on him.
Politicians sought his approval.
Ed Koch.
And New Yorkers just loved him. And he loved them back. And he gave back. Just one example. Saving the Woolman skating rink.
The Woolman skating rink in Central Park is open again. The city spent nearly 6 years and $12 million trying to fix it. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump. As Tracy Egan tells us now, he accomplished in 3.5 months what the city couldn't do in 6 years.
Yep.
Donald, you performed a great public service.
There was no denying that Donald Trump was
Don
the toast
King.
of the town. But he was also something even more important, a patriotic American. And like many others, he was becoming increasingly troubled by the direction of our country.
Because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country, how we're really making other people live like kings, and we're not.
You've said, though, that if you did run for president, you believe you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my life. And if I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined, I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
Yep. Who would ever run for president and leave such a glamorous life? Appearances in movies, best-selling books, a widely popular TV show. But for Donald J. Trump, the calling to save his country was even stronger. The mission, more important. The number of Americans being left behind, too large. And so, in Donald Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he did.
From his first day in office, the Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts. Largest in America's history.
Yep.
And it led to higher take-home pay for working families.
Yep.
Unfortunately, today, taxes are up and incomes down. The politicians just never learn. Next for President Trump, secure our border. Check. Miles and miles of wall built. ISIS and other terrorists deterred. But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security, leading to 250,000 Americans dead from fentanyl coming in.
Barney Fife.
Brutal migrant crimes
Lincoln
spread
Riley.
across America. And ISIS, now here. President Trump promised he'd keep America out of endless wars. Welcome words to the families of our young men and women who serve. And another promise kept. He started by strengthening our military, then traveled the world, meeting with our allies, and even with our main adversaries. Just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace, and our troops safe. Today, a different story. Our enemies smelled weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East. There's one more thing we've learned about President Trump. He believes so strongly in America, so optimistic for our possibilities, and so committed to fighting to once again make our country great, that there is nothing that is going to stop him.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kid Rock.
Kid Rock, whoa, he wasn't scheduled. Is he gonna sing? I'll have to turn that off.
What up, America?
What up?
You're ready for President Trump to take the stage. I need everybody to stand up. I need everybody to put a fist up in the air. Everybody, get a fist up in the air. Now follow me. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say Trump, scream. The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30-pack of stroll, straight rock and roll. No Rogaine in the propane flow. The chosen one, I'm the living proof. With the gift to gab from the city of truth. You know I jab, stab, and knock critics back. And I did not start a win. I said that I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times. Still they ill and wanna see us fry. I guess because only God knows why. Why? Oh, they call me cowboy. I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. And say Trump, Trump.
Kid Rock.
I like ACDC and ZZ Top. We'll see this beasties in the kings of rock. Skinner, Cedar, Lip, Corn, Stones. The David Attenco and No Show Jones. Yeah!
No Show Joe.
Got the rock from Detroit, the soul from Motown. The underground, straight Detroit pimp. With tracks to Mac and slap back to back. Never gain no pay, I don't play with ass. Well, watch me rock with liberation. bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash.
Boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Crash and Grandmaster Flash.
They call me cowboy. I'm the singer of the black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight. I say Trump, Trump. American badass, watch me kid. You can roll with rock or you can. I'm the ultimate. I'm like Amazing Grace. I'm on rock and roll. Like a rock this place. All super fly. Living double wide. Psychon fly. The big dog you ride. Bam shack to share. Bring it flash to flare. Back a long hair swinging middle finger in the air. Snakeskin boots 65 Chevelle. See me ride and sin and hit a rebel. Yeah, I won't live to tell. So if you do, rock for freedom and rock for truth. Who knew I'd blow like Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona. Smell the aroma and check my hits. I know it stinks in here, cause Trump's the They call me cowboy, I'm a singer of black. Throw a fist in the air, let me see where you're at. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump. I need to hear you louder than that. One more time. I'm a cowboy, badass and black. You singing Trump, Trump. From side to side, from front to back. Come on, Trump, Trump. I put Detroit City back on the map. We singing Trump, Trump. Kid Rock's in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth, President Donald J. Trump. But first, another American badass, my brother, Dana White. God bless America.
He just dropped the mic. Kid Rock. Kid Rock. Wow. Dana White's supposed to be coming out now. Wow, that was something else. Ooh, they call me cowboy, I'm a badass. All dressed in black. Now, see, if this was the Democratic National Convention, it'd be like, oh, look at all these musicians and artists and all the people having such a great time. But no, we hear criticism like, oh, look at the middle-aged white people dancing to the music. Oh, Courtney, you're not winning any hearts and fans here. Yeah, he was rapping to Metallica beat. Yep. Ah, look at that gorgeous woman. First lady. Yeah, didn't really appreciate her when she's first lady. She brought class to the White House, something that had been missing for a long time since Bush's wife had left the office. Yep. But the classiest woman ever in the White House. Better than Nancy Reagan, better than any of them. Melania Trump. Oh, but apparently her marriage is in trouble, according to Courtney. He's got the inside scoop. He works for... Here we go.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
UFC, Dana White.
Dana White. I am the CEO and president of the Ultimate Fighting Championship. So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course I said yes. Then, after I accepted his offer, he sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand they love you and they know how important this is.
So he's worried about Dana and not himself.
About this.
Yep.
This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting for the future of this country, and he's concerned about interrupting my family trip.
Yeah. Family vacation.
That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people.
That's definitely been a theme this week.
The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people who know me, they'll know this is true. I just want to make something very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet.
I like Joe Biden. Biden's sock puppet.
And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump. I know President Trump is a fighter. I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes.
Yep.
I'm in the tough guy business. And this man is the toughest, most resilient human being that I've ever met in my life. The higher the stakes, the harder he fights, and this guy never, ever gives up. So what's at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text, and I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again. Why else would he put himself through everything he's dealt with just to get back here? We all know he doesn't need this. This guy's got a great life. He has a beautiful family, and he has achieved everything that you could possibly achieve in life.
Yep.
I know President Trump is literally putting his life on the line for something bigger than himself, and he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country.
Can't say that about Cyril Ramaphosa. Or Rishi Sunak.
I know he wants what's best for the American people. All American people.
Yep.
I know he's running for president to save our American dream. I'm living the American dream, and I know the American dream is very real. Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives.
Exactly.
And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay your bills, how can you ever afford to start a family? And if you don't feel safe in your own town, why would you ever buy a house?
Yep.
I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election. We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Now that was a Stoke speech by Dana White. We're going to have a video again here. Lee Greenwood. Lee Greenwood. For all my life,
and I had to start
again with my children and my wife. My lucky stars living here today. Our flag still stands for freedom, and you can't take that away. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I was free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I proudly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee. Here he comes. Oh! Shining sea. Houston, New York to LA. Every American heart. Proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you, defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Bless the you. Thank you, Lee Greenwood. Even in this hour, he gives tribute to someone who lost their life. I'm a terrible singer, Gabriel, but I'm a patriot. The liberals will mock this tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana. Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends, delegates, and fellow citizens, I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope. 4 months from now, we will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart.
We've been falling apart.
I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life. So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened, and you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing, and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage, and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me really, really hard on my right ear. I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage.
Too generous. Too generous.
These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have
succeeded.
perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede.
Nobody ran
Not
here.
In this case, it's very unusual.
Yep.
This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't
Stood
move
their
an
ground.
inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper. And then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were
They're saved. Yep. No one talks
but
about that.
That isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. And I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more.
Yep.
So we learned something, but they just...
We learned something. Trump.
They just, this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble. They didn't want to leave me. And you can see that love written all over their faces. They're incredible people. They're incredible people. Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene. But now the Secret Service agents were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out.
Yeah, after he cowered and released his rifle. But hey, you know.
I'm not supposed to be here tonight.
That's
not
true.
Supposed to be here. Yeah. Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose, surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead, and there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know I was okay. I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight." Thank you. Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard before. Never heard anything like it. For the rest of my life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me. Unbelievable. And seriously wounded, 2 other great warriors, spoke to them today, David Dutch and James Copenhaver, 2 great people. I also spoke to all 3 families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them, and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters, and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and 2 precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was. I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million.
Wow.
For the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up, he sent me a check right here, I just got it, $1 million.
Wow.
From Dan Newland, thank you, Dan. And again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey and the other 2. By the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours, and this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure.
Just.
No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back down, and I will never stop fighting for you, your family, and our magnificent country. Never. And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. We're going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make America successful, safe, free, and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yep. Yep. That we are, despite their efforts to tear us apart and destroy us.
And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country. And very big news, as you probably just read, on Monday a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court.
As it should have been.
All of
Never
that
should have been brought.
publicity thrown out of court.
Yep. Never should have happened.
If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years. And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I am deeply honored to be joined by my amazing wife, Melania.
Beautiful dress.
And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took the Republican Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful.
That's a smart, accomplished, beautiful, successful woman. Polyglot.
In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman? But it captivated so many, so I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Baron. We love our Baron. And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before.
I don't think it's out of his league. He's multi-billionaire. That gets you what you want.
And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean, was he good? He was on probably the only vacation he's had in about, maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away, beautiful place. And my people called, and he said, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And they came in, they said, Dana won't be able to do it.
Give me the
He
phone.
was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, that's too bad, but I understand he's away, and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it. And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife.
He was married to Marla Maples. She was pretty attractive, too. She's an American.
So he got on a plane. He got here a little while ago. Now he's going to get on the plane in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his wife. But they're great, and I just want to thank her and him and their whole family, because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part, because, Kid does his great song, Big, Big Monster song. I had no idea. He became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. He has rallies, 35, 40,000 people he gets every time he goes out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know?
Give it to me.
And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took
Greenwood?
that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, a very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he? Is he up? Where is he? Boy, oh boy. They may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that can do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here.
Yeah, Eric was good.
But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. He went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them and all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country,
we'd be better
we'd
off.
have a much stronger and better country.
Yep.
And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much.
Is that Jason Aldean?
Jason Aldean, he's
Yeah.
good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice
J.D.
President
Vance.
of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha.
Myra, good one.
He's going to be a great vice president. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticize it, they say, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is making America great again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, JD, you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride.
Ugh, that's the unfortunate part. I'm not getting my vote next time around.
And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of
Wisconsin. Wisconsin. The cheeseheads.
There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team. Most of the audience doesn't like it, but it's true. You're going to have a very good team this year. And by the way, Wisconsin, we are spending over $250 million here creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November and give us your vote. I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that.
Trying to buy your vote by bringing $250 million to Wisconsin with the conference, with the convention. That's funny. That's funny.
And I promise we will make Wisconsin
great again.
We're going to make it.
This is when he ad-libs. He's so much better.
Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS and so many things. The great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space-age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline.
Yep.
We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it.
Well, 1970s we saw it.
We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines,
Japan,
and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce.
Funny guy.
So tonight, I make this pledge to the great people of America. I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill.
It's ironic because if he'd won, Pence would be stepping into this role right now.
What they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before, and we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because
the economy grew.
Incentive. Everybody was coming to the country.
Thank you.
Were bringing back billions and billions of dollars
offshored
into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies
came back into the economy.
Into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress. And I said, oh, that's okay. We won't go to Congress. I call it an invasion. We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion
national security
into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president, and the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion. They made it all over the last 2.5 years. They were broke. I watched the other day on a show called Deface the Nation. Has anyone seen it? And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well, whether you like him or not, Iran was broke dealing with Trump. I told China and other countries, if you buy from Iran, we will not let you do any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions, and they did everything possible for Iran. And now Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon, which would have never happened. This is a shame what this administration, the damage that this administration has done. And I say it often.
It's incalculable.
If you took the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and we're going to have a thing called common sense making most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense. Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation. Soaring incomes were going. Nobody can believe it. You can't believe what happened 4 years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for our country. No matter what you make it, it doesn't matter, because inflation is eating you alive. People that were putting away money, they were making great wages, the highest they've ever made, but they were putting away a lot of money. Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure.
Yep.
Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force, and their jobs are taken. And by the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by
Black
millions
Americans.
of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and they're also taking them from unions. The unions are suffering because of it. Thank you. Thank you. I like you too. Thank you very much.
I don't know what that person
Inflation has wiped out the life savings of our citizens and forced the middle class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4 years ago, we were a great nation, and we will soon be a great nation again. We're going to be a great nation again. Thank you. With proper leadership, every disaster we are now enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am asking you to be excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said this could be the most organized, best run, and most enthusiastic convention of either party that they have ever seen. Every single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person.
He's too kind.
I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave him an idea.
Heading for the doors.
This was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with a first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds.
Yeah, he did say something about the media. That was positive.
Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read
Agenda
them.
25.
In their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House.
Senate.
And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you. A Republican Senate. We have many senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done. First, we must get economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable. It's not affordable. People can't live like this. Under this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway.
Right.
You can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house.
Doesn't matter what
the
your
total
interest rate is.
household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down prices and bring them down very, very rapidly. By slashing energy costs, we will in turn reduce the cost of transportation, manufacturing, and all household goods.
Knock-on
effects. So much
effects.
starts with energy.
Yep. All starts and ends with
Remember,
energy.
we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that has the opportunity to make an absolute fortune with its energy. We have it, and China doesn't. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago, we were energy independent. But soon, we will actually be better than that. We will be energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world.
Green energy is non-existent, Courtney.
With
Doesn't
numbers
exist.
that nobody has ever seen, and we will reduce our debt $36 trillion. We will start reducing that, and
That I
we'll
don't
also
believe.
reduce your taxes still further. Next, and by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times. Think of it. And all my life, I grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life, I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it.
Yeah, exactly.
You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest
Hey,
one,
Charles.
as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam. And that's
Thank you
caused
for stealing my term.
inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy.
As well as the deficit.
And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for
It's not
important
patriotic.
projects like roads, bridges, dams, and
Wearing
we will not
uniforms
allow
patriotic.
it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas.
Paying taxes is not patriotic. It's legal theft. Defending your nation is
And I
patriotic.
will end the electric vehicle mandate on day 1.
Yes. Get rid of the CAFE standards, too.
Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per
Hundreds
car.
of thousands of jobs.
And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So
Right.
with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country.
To avoid
no
tariffs.
tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. Every single auto worker.
Ooh,
Union and
shots
non-union
fired.
should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing, and we're going to bring it back fast.
Shots fired. Like,
They're
oh, it
building
doesn't
some
matter
of
to
the
America.
largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be built in the United States, and our people are going to man those plants.
UAW, not going to like him.
And if they don't agree with us, we'll put a tariff of approximately 100 to 200% on each car, and they will be unsellable in the United States.
Jeez.
We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies.
Yep.
They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs, we lose revenue, and they gain everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably the best trade deal was the deal I made with China, where they buy $50 billion worth of our product. They were buying nothing. They buy $50 billion worth. They had to. But I don't even talk about it because of COVID. I don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that. They plunder our nation. The way they will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple. Build it in America and only in America. And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many, many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've stolen, going to China and Mexico, about 68% of our auto industry.
And Canada.
Jobs.
And Canada. Ontario.
Get them all back, every one of them.
Lost a lot more to Canada than Mexico.
At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice.
No tip tax.
A nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on tips. No tax on tips.
Yep, that's going to be big in Nevada. Could win a race in Nevada.
I got that by having dinner recently in Nevada, where we're leading by about 14 points. Hello. I'll see you there very soon, everybody. And we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in the Trump building on the Strip, and it's a great building.
64,000 people are watching on
really nice
CNBC.
How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after
100,000 at the Republican National Convention.
I said, well, they give you cash.
16,000 at CNN.
Actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put.
15,000 at C-SPAN. 20,000
ABC. So much
ABC.
of our money, it's just ridiculous, and they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents to go after him even more.
63,000 at Donald J. Trump.
And I said,
67,000 at CNN News.
Most people go out, they hire consultants.
37,000 NBC.
But I said to her, let me.
75,000 at Right Side Broadcasting.
I'd be happy if you had no tax on tips. She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody. It's a large group of people that are being really hurt badly. They make money. Let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social Security and Medicare because all of these people, by the millions they're coming in, they're going to be on Social Security and Medicare. And
probably at least 1 million watching live streaming, plus millions on cable.
Destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly.
Yeah, there's probably at least 1 million watching live streams right now, if not more, and several million watching this on cable.
But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday.
And then start
Tom
deporting.
Homan. Put him in charge and just sit back and watch.
Get rid of illegals.
Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people in these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. And we have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon. They take them back, and they get them out of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back, and I called up, and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day, I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody. I couldn't take all the calls. Sir, what's the problem? I said, you won't take your killers back that you sent in caravans into America. You won't take them back. Well, sir, if you'd like us to, we would give very serious consideration to doing that. And within 24 hours, they were being taken back. For years and years, when I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much. We love them very much, sir. We'll take them back. At the heart of the Republican platform is our pledge to end this border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America, and we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders. And by the way, and I think everybody as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest, it was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Last time I put up that chart, I never really got to look at it. But without that chart,
as soon as you got shot,
I would not be here today.
Yep, that's all right. He's right. Without that chart, he wouldn't be here. The chart to save the presidency. Chart to save the world. Wow.
I said, you got to see this chart. I was so proud of it. And by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. If you look at the arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest level, the one on the bottom, heavy red arrow. That's the lowest level of illegal immigrants ever to come into our country in recorded history, right there. Right there. And that was my last week in office. And then you see what happened after I left. Look at the rest. And if you go out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers. Look what happened right after that. The invasion began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion. But the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left.
And this is the known numbers.
Our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud. We stopped human trafficking and forged historic agreements to keep illegal aliens on foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil.
Well, he's been talking a long
time. Under the Trump
time.
administration, if you came in illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented. It's so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us. But not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements. demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release, where we catch them and release them into our country.
Yep.
We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. You know, the press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. He'd love to have you for dinner. That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up, while crime statistics all over the world are going down, because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country.
Yeah.
A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails, he's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already.
That's funny.
But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela. Really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country.
Good. Long overdue.
Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower.
Or Obama.
From many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in
Wasn't a moderate, he was a leftist.
the largest deportation operation we've ever had.
He wasn't a moderate.
Just recently I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman. A precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house.
It's horrible.
Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered. The monster responsible first killed another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. This White House let them in. He then attacked a 9-year-old girl and her mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country.
All right.
I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by very powerful, tough leaders, tough guy.
Viktor
Most
Orban.
doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently, they were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on?
Trump's not in office.
Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word. Because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing
fire.
up around us. All of
World's
these
on
things
fire.
that you read about were not going to happen. Under President Bush, Russia invaded Georgia.
Yep.
Under President Obama,
Crimea.
Russia took Crimea.
And the Donbass.
Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine.
Yep.
Under President Trump,
Nothing.
Russia took nothing.
Been saying it ever since it started. Been saying it ever since it started. It's like he's stealing my talking points.
We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq.
In a few months.
Something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top.
Oh, well said. Well said, Trumpster.
I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise, isn't it? See, in the old days, they'd say, that's a wonderful thing. Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with him, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea now.
I've been
North
saying
Korea's
that
acting
for
up
4
again.
years.
when we get back. I get along with him. He'd like to see me back, too. I think he misses me, if you want to know the truth.
The left will probably go nuts about that.
Our opponents inherited a world at peace and turned it into a
world on
planet
fire.
of war. We're in a planet of war.
Yeah.
Look at that attack on Israel. Look at what's happening with Ukraine. The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that where buildings, massive buildings, are falling to the ground? It began to unravel with the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that.
Not even Vietnam.
13 heroic U.S. service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about that.
Yep.
No arms, no legs, face explosions, horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man in this room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada, named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam.
The ultimate price of his life. What we're talking about.
He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person. And he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown. And we also left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many, many American citizens. Emboldened by that disaster, Russia invaded Ukraine. They saw this group of people that were incompetent.
Yep.
We took the soldiers out first. No.
I also said that Trump has got somebody watching my channel, stealing all my talking points.
But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly, so we said it doesn't kick in. 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You've got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, but a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before.
Yep.
And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency. I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out, gave him everything. Do you know that right now Afghanistan is one of the largest sellers of weapons in the world?
Yep. Behind
selling
us.
the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban.
Yep.
18 months.
Yep. True story.
And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it, not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons. And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China is likewise circling Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr. Congressman, from Miami, by the way.
Yep, in Cuba. And the press is silent.
In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world.
You probably fact check him and say
I
he's
tell
lying.
you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office.
Ooh, just
or
like
you
Reagan.
will be paying a very big price.
Whoa, there's a marker right there, just like Reagan. You better get the hostages back before I get in office, or you will regret it. Thank you, Anne Marie Twiggy. Thank you for subscribing.
With our victory in November, the years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call.
It's a
If
bold
properly
boast.
stated, it would never start. We will replenish our military and build an Iron Dome missile defense system to ensure that no enemy can strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely in the USA. We're going to build it in the USA. And Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive ship contract, and you're doing a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said we have
Trump
to take
just
the bow.
78
and we
years
have to
old.
make
He
it
just
a little
doesn't get
nicer
tired.
and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have the most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of Wisconsin and all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are.
Badly
and
wounded.
Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago.
They laughed
Remember
at him.
They called it Starship, spaceship.
Star Wars.
Anything to mock him. But he was a very good president. Very, very good.
Yes, he was.
But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help. It's America first. America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we will soon be on the verge of finding the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease, and many other diseases.
Good luck with that.
We're going to get to the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say you're the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened. We're going to get to the cure for cancer and Alzheimer's and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader that will let it be done. We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately.
There you go.
And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin, they go to look at the Washington Monument, they end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C.
Well, that's a long time coming there, Don. You can't fix that in 4 years.
America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current, and we're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it, Japan wants to do it, all of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new. If you look at some of the things that have been done and some of the things that we're going to do, but AI needs literally twice the electricity
Goodbye, Myra.
that's
Thanks for being here.
available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas. Think of it. They spent $9 billion on 8 chargers, 3 of which didn't work. And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this all, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude,
wow,
just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended.
Ended,
You know
yep.
that? And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man.
Yep. He's not going to thank everybody again. He already did it
He
once.
wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But, sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. I said, he said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth
It's precious.
is a gift from God. We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. They're not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best leadership in the world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach, and that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word, devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God. Just like our ancestors, we must now come together, rise above past differences. Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as one people, one nation, pledging allegiance to one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. It's going to make our country great again. Every day I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down. To all of the forgotten men and women who have been neglected, abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win. Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us. Nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us. No matter what dangers come our way, no matter what obstacles lie in our path, we will keep striving toward our shared and glorious destiny, and we will not fail. We will not fail. Together we will save this country. We will restore the republic and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before.
78 years old, hour and 10-minute speech so far.
And quite simply put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Wow. Oh, that was a lot. Oh, Melania's coming out. There she comes. There's Melania. Wow. Look at that. He didn't expect her. Wow. He wasn't expecting her. Wow, what a photo. Ah, here comes the rest of the family. Jared, Ivanka, Lara, Eric. There come the balloons. Look at all those balloons. Wow. Tiffany and her husband. Wow, that's something else. Wow. It's a lot of balloons. That's a big family. Kimberly Guilfoyle. J.D. Vance and Usha. Yeah. Grandkids are up there. Sean J. Prince, thank you for subscribing. Bye, Donkey. Wow. Well, Ivanka looks stunning. I think that's Don Jr.'s ex-wife up there on the stage because the kids are up there. Wow. Still part of the family. I don't know. I'm looking for Barron. I didn't see him. Look at all those balloons. They're letting them down, and wow. That's going to last a couple minutes. I heard there were a few 100,000 balloons. People might get choked by it. Look at all those balloons, man. That's insane. There's Kai. I understand why Don's kids all look like they're part Hispanic. They're both, the parents are white. Look at those balloons. That is insane. Eric and Lara Trump and their kids. Wow. And they're still letting more down balloons. Just more starting coming from the top now. People popping these balloons. Don't know what that is. Some sort of classical music. Turn that off. Hey, George, how's it going from Heckport? Balloons are still coming down, man. I heard there were a lot. Yeah, it's an opera. Wow. Look at that. That's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible, folks. Great speech. Wish we had politicians like that in South Africa. Feel South Africa's doomed. Shame, Allison. Barron is on stage. Okay, I missed him. Because he's tall. Wow. Crowning his grandkids over here playing with the balloons. It's hilarious. Trump's grandkids are out there playing with the balloons. Wow, this is pretty wild. I wish I could play the opera. Wow. It's amazing. They've tried to destroy the man, and he's still there. Wow. Still a few balloons coming down, not many. A couple leftovers up there. It almost doesn't look real. His grandkids. His grandkids are the balloons. That's hilarious. Wow. This is glorious. This is absolutely glorious. Ladies and gentlemen, the 47th President of the United States, Donald John Trump. Skies for amber waves of gray, purple mountains, majesty above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee. From brotherhood, from sea to shining sea. It's when there was a prayer, he closed his eyes. His grace on thee. My good with brother from sea to shining sea. Wow. Whoa! Chills. Incredible. Okay, now I'm going to have to turn that off. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, that was incredible. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, Kai hit one of those balloons too. I wonder how long they're going to stay up on stage. This is wild. Yeah, no, they did that the night before. They said Trump was asleep. He closed his eyes during a prayer. They're just evil, nasty people. Lara Trump. Eric. It's a tall family. Men and women are tall. Women have slender legs, all of them. Every one of them. Look at Tiffany's legs. Very slender family, fit family. Well, somebody said they saw Barron. I didn't see him. Barron's as tall as his dad. He's like 6'5", I think now. So I guess that's Melania's only kid is Barron. Because he had kids with Ivana. Then he had a child with Marla Maples. That's Tiffany. And then he had Barron with Melania. Trump just spoke for an hour and 25 minutes and didn't miss a beat. He was shot a few days ago. This man is a machine. He always has been a machine. Where's he going? Oh, he's walking over to talk to... Oh, that's Don's ex-wife, I think. Yep. There's Kai. Look at the photo team over there. Wow, this is incredible. Yeah, he is very alert. He is a stud. Wow, that's a great shot right there of Melania. Wow. It's not midnight there. It's 11 o'clock. It's 11 p.m. About 7 hours after Joe's bedtime. Wow, growing up in Slovenia, I wonder if she could ever imagine this life. I didn't know that it's true that boys always grow more than they're taller. I'm taller than my mother. My mother's tall, but I'm also very tall. Yeah, Biden's probably been asleep since about 4 o'clock, folks. They're still playing music in the background. Let me give you a little taste of it. Anyway, so yeah, people starting to clear out in the back there. There's Don with his one. Oops, there's the grandkids. JD's kids aren't here because they're too small. They're back in Ohio with their grandparents, I think. Or in the hotel with their grandparents. Big hotels with that. One thing it's to be said about all these people, they're all fit. This isn't a billboard for the president's bad for physical fitness here. Wow. Every one of them is fit. His granddaughter's having a blast with those balloons. Look at her. It is like a movie. Like the good side of Hollywood. It's pretty amazing stuff. Wow. It was worth it. Snow Rona, so no ice cream. We're an American band. Coming across. Would never stop him. What's that? Oh, the Rona. He had the Rona. It didn't stop him. You're going to stop for pictures. Trump's even hitting the balloons now. My goodness. Kai's dress is kind of short. It's Ivanka. Yeah, her mom passed. Something else. Wow. What an evening, ladies and gentlemen. This concludes the Republican National Convention. Jared Kushner back there. Ivanka didn't speak this week. She's the one that didn't speak. Yeah, it is the power of family. But when you've got billions of dollars, you can have a family like this. Let's just be honest here. I still get a kick out of they talk about everything was handled to Donald Trump. He had a silver spoon. His father gave him $5 million. Yeah, and he turned it into $10 billion. Yeah, it's a dynasty in the making. Once they get back in office and they start destroying these idiots on the left and start prosecuting these criminals, then these people will have their genuine reputation and not be hounded like they've been hounded. People talk about a Bush dynasty, but there was nothing there. There was nothing there. Jeb had nothing, and the grandson had nothing either. Yeah, no, she's staying out of it. I can see Eric running for office. He's got it. He's got the gravitas. This band is still going. I still don't see Barron. Barron looks the most like his father last time I saw him. I wanna rock and roll all night, every day. Yep, out like Vance, agreed. Yeah. Now, but think of the irony here. If Trump had won in 2020, then Pence would be positioned now to become the president now. Think about that. Not that I want what happened last 4 years to happen, but think about it. The cover band's pretty good. Yeah, Barron has lighter hair and he has very fair skin. He has very blonde hair. But in the profile, it looks just like his dad when he was young. You said that, Arctic, but he would have been the strongest contender for it. Who else were they going to do? Maybe DeSantis. Can you imagine if Pence was in it and it was DeSantis and Nikki Haley? Ooh, Nikki Haley could have got it. Oh, God. A scary thought. I wanna rock and roll all night and party every day. Yep. Still a lot of people hanging around. This thing is over, and they're still hanging. Kai talking to her granddad. They did a fantastic job humanizing Donald Trump this week. They really did a fantastic job humanizing him. His family, all the people whose lives he's impacted. Yeah, Vivek might be a choice coming up down the road. I'd be curious to see if he gets a cabinet position. Grandkid is still hitting those balloons. She is loving it. Okay, I think we must, come on, this got to be coming to an end here, folks. Got to be coming to an end. Everybody's chilling on stage now. Hopefully this is it. Yeah, it depends on what they do in the next 4 years. Best teeth money can buy. My goodness. Wish I had that kind of care when I was a kid. Who's he talking to? I wonder. All right. The grandchild is tired of hitting the balloon. She's done. She's tired. Time to go. Let's get off stage. Look at her. She's bored now. She had her fun with the balloons. Now she's bored. Yeah, no, I don't dislike Pence, but he wouldn't have been a president. Yeah, Kai does remind, even though that's her aunt, it does remind me of Ivanka. Wanna rock and roll all night and party every day. Yeah, she does kind of. It's not just the hair, it's just the mannerisms and the build. She looks like her aunt. But her aunt at the moment is a bit taller than her. Yeah, that's how close she's staying to the president. Yeah, she's real close to Granddad. She had some wonderful things to say about Donald Trump, too, when she asked to come out and speak ahead of her dad. That was pretty cool last night. That was nice. All right, let's see. I think they're finally going to end music here. All right. Second debate with who? Gavin Newsom? I don't know about that. Another debate. All right. That's it, folks. That's a wrap. Let's wrap it up. All right, the Don's starting to make his move off stage. Place is emptying out. Wow. Yeah, with Kamala. Presidential debate. I don't think so. I don't think so. Well, the music isn't stopping, so I'm going to shut it off there. Yep. Boy, J.D. Vance won the lottery, didn't he? Boy, he just slid right into this thing. Wow. All right, there they go. 4.5 hours. Wow, it's like my other long marathon streams I used to do. Somebody had to win. That's true, Arctic. Somebody did have to win. But we didn't have to face that consequence. We dealt with a different reality. Because of what happened in 2020, we have this reality now. Yeah, all she do is cackle like a hyena. I like the impersonations people do of her. They're really good. High five from his grandson. All right. So the Trump's off stage. There go the rest of them. Boy, that girl has pretty golden hair. Granddaughter, Don's kid. The one who was playing with the balloons. I don't know her name. All right, folks. Republican National Convention. Wow, that was interesting. All right. There you go. From Milwaukee, Wisconsin, folks. 4.5 hours later, we're going to wrap it up here. The Republican National Convention. It has been a pleasure to be your host again this evening. Thank you all for tuning in, and congratulations to Donald John Trump and the Trump family and to America. We are back on the path to greatness once again, and we will. The good Lord will and the creek don't rise, win a landslide in November. They have pulled everything under the sun to try to destroy America, and it is time to take back this country. And the crooks in the rhinos and the Republican Party, we will expose you as well. Okay, he's going to shut it down now. Hang on. No, he's not there yet. I'm supposed to close this thing down. Coming out. I guess he's not doing it. No, he's not doing it. I thought he was going to come out and close it down. Anyway, Trump 280 Biden, maybe no. Trump is well over 300 electoral college votes. Yeah. Yep, he's well over 535 votes. You need 270 to win. Donald Trump is going to win well over 300, possibly 400 plus electoral votes. Even California is in play now. Trump is tied 49-49. He hasn't even gone to California. He hasn't even campaigned in California. He's not even planning on campaigning in California, and it's 49-49. I think it's a mistake not to go to California. I think he should go to California. New York, he's not even, but he's within striking distance in New York. I don't think he'll win New York. He's ahead in New Jersey. Can you imagine? Ahead in New Jersey. A Republican hasn't won New Jersey in God knows how long. A Republican hasn't won California since George Bush in 1988. So he's coming out to end the convention now. So let's get that back up on the screen. Sorry, don't run off yet. Let me get it back up on screen here. He's going to wrap it up. Is there a benediction?
Milwaukee.
Dr. Mario Dickens from Milwaukee for the benediction. Nice suit, man. It's plum. Please stop popping the balloons and show respect.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Please stop popping the balloons and show respect. Thank you.
I want to thank God for being here and granting me this opportunity to address the Republican National Convention 2024. I'm staying on script, but I got to say one thing. Just 4 hours ago, my granddaughter was born.
Oh, congratulations. Congratulations.
Ayana Leah Dickens. Yes, my granddaughter is here. I just wanted to welcome her into the world on this stage. One nation
I heard
under
her
God.
say that.
Reflecting on the significance of this phrase is crucial in the days to come. The path we have traveled has not been easy,
It's very
but it
disrespectful.
must be navigated with dignity and perseverance. The Holy Scriptures state that the peace of God surpasses all understanding. I pray for peace in this nation, peace on the campaign trail, peace on our streets, and peace in our homes. We extend prayers
Yelling Jolene. Shut up, lady.
for Corey Comprator, who tragically lost his life in Saturday's assassination attempt, for the innocent bystanders injured, and for their grieving families. May the presence of
Shut
God
up, lady.
be with them. It is God who established governments, as explained in Romans 13, verse 1. And for that, we are grateful. My wife, Cherie, I love you. My parents and my children know that God is the ultimate answer. As you leave this Republican National Convention, do so with the confidence that He will guide your path and keep you in His grace. My hope is that we all find joy in the days to come and embrace leadership in the up-and-coming elections that will guide the next 4 years with wisdom and peace. So please stand with me as I end this prayer. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the
United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
In Jesus' name we pray. God, we give you the honor, the praise, and the glory. Hallelujah. President Trump, Senator Vance, may God lead you and guide you. Amen. Thank you. Thank you.
Very well done on his part with all those distractions. Thank you, Pastor. Shame on the people popping balloons.
The chair now recognizes the delegate from the state of Wisconsin for the purpose of making a motion.
To close the convention.
Chairman Mike Wadley, thank you so much for bringing this convention to the greatest state in America.
I'll get carried away.
Wisconsin, a great city of Milwaukee. It's been a great convention. I, Tommy Thompson, former governor of Wisconsin, along with my good friend, Governor Scott Walker, and our chairman, Chairman Brian Shimmy, the whole Republican delegation at this particular time wants to adjourn sine die the 2024 convention. Thank you, all of you, for coming. Drive safely home.
Couldn't remember people's names. That's embarrassing. It's like a Joe Biden moment.
The question now occurs on the motion to adjourn the greatest Republican convention in history. Sine die. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Accordingly, the 2024 Republican National Convention stands adjourned sine die.
All right, that's it. And from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, folks, that's the 2024 Republican National Convention. Once again, it's been my pleasure to be your host this evening. Thank you for tuning in, sticking with me. It's not a little easy thing to do, 4.5 hours. Really grateful for people being here. God bless. Have a lovely evening. And may God bless our wondrous republic and lead us in peace and security as we move forward and remove the cancer that is the Democratic Party and the rhinos in Washington, D.C., the corrupt politicians in the executive branch, in the bureaucracy, and elsewhere. Give us strength to continue this march to glory once again. What a great country. We are back on the path. It's just a matter of people getting off their bums, going to the polls, and pulling that lever down and making the right choice in November. Thank you all so much. Arctic, was my pleasure. And Francois, thank you so much for being here. Anthony, Courtney, everybody was here. Myra, thank you all so much. Have a good evening, and I'll see you tomorrow on Rugby a Sunday if you tune in. You got 3 games during the day, 1 in the evening. It's going to be a very busy day for me tomorrow. I don't even know if I have time to get my standard steamed crabs on a Friday. I'll do my best. Anyway, God bless and have a good night. It's time for me to hit the rack because I have to be up in about 6 hours to start the rugby. So thank you all. Have a good night. It's been a real pleasure. And congratulations to Donald John Trump and to J.D. Vance as they move forward to become the next occupants of the White House. Cheers, everybody.